Okay. Okay. So what is C# essentially is just a language from the .NET environment. And it's pretty similar to Java and C++. It was giving like a kind of professional look to the .NET framework languages because, in a sense, before C#, before .NET, most of the implementations in Microsoft were Visual Basic, and Visual Basic was not considered like a full mature um, language because it was their origins were from VBA, Visual Basic for Applications. So only people that are not in essence programmers were working in those kind of um, uh, languages. So to give it like a particular professional look to the .NET environment, they created this C# that is almost with the syntax of Java. So, and Java was full mature in that moment. It was around 2000 and something, 2001, I think. It was the beginning of .NET. So, and it was like almost the syntax of Java. Okay. Um, in order to create like an application, the applications in .NET, they are uh, just created by no, is the final application is like an assembly. An assembly is like our application compile and ready to be executed. So that assembly, you can build an assembly using a command line compiler, which is the CSC. That is a particular compiler for the C#. If you have your CS files, you can just generate your own application with that. But that is mostly used um, for like desktop applications, but yes, is widely used in desktop applications. But you just need to write your application in Visual Studio, and you just don't need to execute that compiler directly. Is executed by Visual Studio, and you have your package ready to be installed or deployed in uh, in the server that you need to use at your application. So you have Visual Studio. Visual Studio has evolved really more than just than just compiling, debugging, and testing. It's really a full IDE. So IDE is integrated development environment, where you also get access to your database directly. You can do many operations from Visual Studio, and even you can do like integration, like um, like validation of your code, and it has many functionalities, Visual Studio right now. Not only debugging, testing, but is that when it was built, Visual Studio. You will use the Solution Explorer in order to manage your applications. Is really where you can browse your source code, and where you can find all the code in it. So um, okay. Also, what is types? C# is considered a strongly type. Is a strongly type. What that means by that is that everything is like an object or type. So even if you create your program, let's say console application, it comes with a class, which is the program class. In this case, you see that in this image, it says program class is like you at least have one class in a .NET application. Before you in Visual Basic it was not like oriented programming language. So right now is really everything comes with a class at least in order to execute your applications. Um, Also, C# comes with primitive types. Uh, Maybe you already have covered this in your course before, but the primitive types are the types that are not necessarily like classes in that essence, but they are used widely in your application. So you have the integers, the booleans, the floats, and other kind of types. That's the primitive types. Okay. Namespaces. Every time that you need to like use a particular library, that library is you can find all the classes that are in a library using its namespace. Every class has a namespace, so it helps you to just uh, put together some classes that have an special support, like let's say system.net has support for networking, system data has support for data manipulation, LINQ also to query your data, and system text for text manipulation. So every single class, it will be just group inside a namespace in order to use it, in order to easily find it. If you want to have, like, let's say, use a stream builder, so you need to referentiate the namespace first using system.text, and the class stream builder is available for you. So it's like also the same thing as Java. Java has also namespaces. It's pretty much the same concept in that. So far, you have any questions until now?
No, it's clear.
Nope.
Okay. 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 Also, in the .NET framework, you have variables, and those variables also, because we in the C# compiler is making sure that the variables are compatible. You can directly assign like an integer into an string, or maybe yes, in this case is going to um, warn you that okay, there is not an implicit conversion between an integer and a string, and that enforces like good coding, because um, before C# or .NET framework, when you use like um, when you build like BBA applications, they comes with no type in it. So when there is no type, you can easily do some mistakes in your code or your logic, because it doesn't enforce that you write code like a proper code. So there are many examples, and it's always good to have that informants of types in a programming language. Statements. Okay, the statements, you already know how to program um, because of the previous courses, but a statement is it could be like a series of statements also, and it will be executed in order. And you can do assignations or other or maybe calling methods. So that's pretty much clear for you. Operators, you have many operators. The classical are the mathematical. Others are the relational operators. You have some um, um, other operators, but these are the most common in the .NET framework. There are unary operators and other, but we don't cover this because it's not intention. Um, Reference, every time that you may use a third-party assembly, let's say an assembly that you didn't, maybe you don't have the code, but maybe you have access of a library that is built it and compiled, you can referentiate it directly into your application by just adding the reference to it. So maybe you need to use like a particular library from, let's say, the company Soft Artisans that they does a beautiful controls in the UI. So you just need to have the DLL or assembly and just referentiate, and you are able to use it. Obviously, all the assemblies that you add might be somehow supporting in the current version of .NET that you're using. You can, let's say, um, you can add an assembly that is, let's say, 4.7 is built in the .NET Framework 4.7 into an application that is built essentially in .NET Framework 4. It has to be at least at the same in .NET Framework version, or you can add, let's say, from a lower version, but with limits. It's not entirely compatible um, with the with the current version. It has to be at least less than the current version that you are building your application, but not that far. You can add like assembly from the 2.0 or 1 point something to your application. Maybe it will warn you that is deprecated some functions or methods. In summary, C# is one of the main languages of .NET, and it has all. It comes with all that is similar to Java. It's strongly typed, which is an important thing, and you can just use statements and operators, and you can just share your functionalities by having references to your projects. So this is essentially a recap from a previous course that you have. Any questions about it, about .NET or C#? No? Okay.
No questions.
No questions. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I will stop this. Let me uh, okay. Close this and share again. Okay. Yes, I just this morning I just uploaded that PowerPoint presentation for you, and also I add like a text file that we are going to cover some concepts for ASP.NET Web Forms. One of those is validation controls. Um, validation controls from this URL. Yes. As I said yesterday, validation controls comes with two ways of validating in .NET web form, ASP.NET web forms. One is client side and the other is server side. And mostly you will see that all the validators are mostly client side, but you can add some implementation server side, which is done by a custom validator. Let's say I will try to recreate this in a project. So if I open Visual Studio, I already have Visual Studio here. So I will create a new application, new project. And this is going to be an ASP.NET web application. Validation. Validation.
Doing with you, or we just watching?
Huh?
We are doing with you or no?
I didn't hear you well. What did you say?
We are doing new project with you.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Yes, so if we create ASP.NET validation, just create. And in this case, I'm going just an empty application, or maybe a web form application. And I will uncheck configure for HTTPS. Create. Yes. So if I go view Solution Explorer, if I add, let's say, a new page, add new item, web form with master page maybe. And in this case, I will I will create a page called validation.aspx. So inside here, we can add some code.
Sir, are we doing it with you?
Yes.
Okay, can you just go in a bit slow in the beginning and the rest will catch up?
Okay. Okay, in this, I just create a website, ASP.NET validation. You tell me when when I can continue. The only thing that I did was adding a new web page. It was right click on the project, add new item, and then I choose.
Was it with master or without master?
With master?
Okay.
Yes. And I put a name on it. It was validation.aspx. So in here, we're going to replicate this kind of UI. You also have the link, so we can, let's say, copy just this. This div when we finish. Okay, copy.
And can you please
Yes.
paste it in the chat?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
But you have it also in the
In Teams. Okay.
yes. Maybe I can paste it here. Chat. Not in here in Teams. Post. There's a way to have it formatted, I think. Format. Code snippet. ASP.NET or C#. ASP.NET. Need to resolve this. Code snippet. Insert. Yes. Okay, you may have it. Are you able to copy it from there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So if I paste it inside this content, I will go to the design. Yes. So you have in here, I will format it, Control KD. Okay. Yes. So in here, you have many kinds of validations. We already covered the require validator. It's pretty straightforward, that one. But also you have other kinds of validators like range validator. This range validator, you just specify a minimum and maximum. So it's going to validate between those values and is with a type integer. You have also a regular expression validator, which you add a regular expression. In this case, this regular expression, I think is, it was, I think for the password or something. Let me check. Yes. So if I run this application, takes a while. Okay, the look and feel is not that good. I think, okay, maybe I will put some spaces in at the end. Some Yeah, so in here, if I click on submit, it's going to validate the, okay, it allows you to not enter an age. You don't have like an design. The range validator allows you to have nulls in this case, null values. No surprise. Okay. So in this case, we are going to we cover only the client-side validators. As you already know, these are executed before submitting the web form, so it's only client-side. But maybe you need some validations on the server side. Let's say if you want to validate, let's say you maybe there is a social security number, let's say 444875 or something. So, but that number is has to be validated in with a database, let's say. So in that case, you can validate it directly in the client side because you don't have that you don't have the access of the database from the client side. You first you need to validate in the server side in that case. So in order to do that, if I go here, you may need to implement, let's say, a custom validator. So in here, I think they added the custom validator first, user ID. So if we copy this, there's a way to add the code snippet. Format. Okay, code snippet. Is net. So if we add this, maybe the div is not necessary. A div. Let me check just the div in here. Oops, sorry. Source. Okay. Maybe yes, necessary. Insert. So if we put this code on top of the page, I will add some spaces too in this one. Oh, okay. It got an error. And why? Because we still didn't we didn't have implemented the we didn't implement the user custom validate, which is a method that we need to implement in order to use this custom validator. So in here, this is a require, this is a custom validator. If I go to this part and double click server validate, I will be able to go to the code behind and implement this. So
Excuse me, can you repeat how you did the customer validator?
okay, the
you
custom
copy
validator.
and after that?
Yes, I copied the custom validator And the thing was that the custom validate, why is the error appearing here, is because this event user custom validate needs to be implemented in the code behind. And to do that, I went to the design. Okay, I selected the custom validator, which is this one, and in here I went to the events and I double click server validate in order to create this custom validator, this event, user custom validate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so in here, I can copy this. Let's say, code snippet. This is C#. Not C, it's not C++, it's C#. Okay, insert. So this needs to be in the code behind. So in here, if I replace this by this, so I will recompile before I stop it, and I will recompile, build solution. Everything seems good in here. So I will implement this custom validator. In this case, this custom validator does many things at once. So before in ASP.NET Web Forms, it was a good practice to do both, to do client validation and server validation. So if you have, let's say, the password that was required or something, they also put a validation in it, but in this example, it's only enforcing additional validation other than the required ones. In here, how it works is you have, let's say, let me check these properties. Properties. We only have the custom validator. Okay. How it works is that the custom validator, you need to specify which control you're going to validate. Okay, and there is a special validation. You can specify an error message. In this case, it says user ID should have at least a capital, small, and digit, and should be greater than 5 and less than 26. So it enforces many validation at once. It's not like the others that enforces just one particular validation, which is require or just range. You can enforce many. In this case, is like a particular logic for this particular text box. In this case, the text box is for the user ID, so which is this one, and it enforces this kind of validations. So in here is there is a parameter called args, which is the validation event args, is the one that we need to manipulate in order to make it valid or not. At the beginning, by default we put it like not valid, which is args.isValid equals false, and then if everything goes well, you just put args_is_valid equals true. In that case, when args_is_valid is equals to true, it means that the validation passed and everything is okay. But if it's just false, the validation didn't pass. Are you? Do you have some questions about that?
And by default, it is false.
Yes, by default is okay. That's a good question. It says that it's true instead. But
Okay.
yes, it's true. But here is enforcing that this should be false at the beginning, just to do its own validation, and at the end it put it to true, just to make sure that all the validation has passed and anything is just not validated. So in this case, it's pretty much straightforward, and this custom validator could have been like an access from the database. Let's say you have the value of social security number, let's say. You need to find from the database like check social security number, let's say. And you pass it the social security number, and maybe is SSN valid. You might check from the database. Let's say you code a method that access to the database, and you pass it just the social security number and verifies if the social security number is correct or if it's valid for that form. That's how.
Sorry, I'm kind of lost.
Yes.
First of all, did you put this code on the chat?
This
No,
code.
the whole the whole
Yes.
method. Yeah.
Yes.
Did you
Yes,
put it on the chat? Where did you put it?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can you? I think there is a chat right on the bottom. If you go, like, if you right on the Teams, like go to the Teams. Not there. Yeah. Yeah.
Here.
No.
Chat.
Right on the bottom. On the bottom, you see where it says request control right there.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay. Okay. From here, I can put the next time I will put it from here. Yes.
yeah, this is
But
you're sending
but
it
this
only
is a
to her.
particular. Yes, this is a
Yeah.
particular one. So I put it like pause. I think that pause will be like for everybody.
Okay, so when I try to chat here, it says recording has started, but you've been muted, so you can't start a conversation. I don't know.
Yes, but are you able to go to general and pause and see if you have all all these comments or not?
It's not there.
It's
It's
not
not there?
You need to hit that little airplane on the bottom, the little paper airplane on the corner.
It's
Which
just
one?
you have to refresh it. You have to go to the
page.
chat and after that to switch to the Teams and you will see it.
I did.
Yeah, I don't know why I have it.
Kind of strange because I suppose that from pause you should be able to look all these comments.
Well, I see the first code,
Okay.
not the method.
Okay, not this one.
No.
Not the method. No.
Kind of strange.
I don't see it either.
Okay. Maybe we need something else
okay.
to.
That's okay. We'll figure that out. Okay, so
Yes, or let me just explain this, and I will put it into the repository. It's
Okay.
just okay. In this case, if you get the idea, is the server validation is server validation not only is used to validate like a particular logic, it's also used for validations against, let's say, a database. If, let's say, if you implement a method that passing the social security number verifies if that number is valid, you can you are able to use it in within the code behind. So and you should be able to verify that. Did you get that? Is clear?
Yes.
Hello? Sorry. Okay, I think it's clear.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Okay, so here we create this bush. Okay, so repush. So so is that's the custom validator. So let me check.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Can you go back and how you see, show how you create this events actually there? How it's created?
Okay,
yeah,
this event.
From where it's created exactly?
Okay.
Because usually we used to put like something like when it's this button, let's say clicked, it will trigger an event. So this
Yes.
event, how it's triggered?
How is trigger? Okay, okay, I see.
You double click on the object.
Yes, no, but the meaning of when it's trigger is when you okay. One thing is that you create the custom validator, okay, and you configure that validator with a particular event, which is server validate. You double click in this event, and it's going to generate automatically the code behind code when you put all your logic in it. That is clear? Yes.
Yeah, it's clear.
Is that clear?
But,
okay. But you mentioned that how this code is actually executed. This is executed because you have a submit button in here that does a post to the server. So this submit button, when it posts to the server, is going to trigger all the validations in here. And that's how it's triggered. So when you hit on the submit button, it's going to be called automatically when to do the validation. So if I let's say.
so now this is server validation?
Yes, that's server validation.
So there is connection to the database?
No, it's not connection. No, it's not connection to the database, but it's a server validation that does more than just checking required fields. It's just trying to validate the string that you pass in the user ID. Okay, the string has to be 6 characters in length until 25, or it has to have at least one capital letter. But not only you are restrained just to have that kind of validation, you also can validate that against a database. But this is not like an example with a database, but we can easily implement, let's say, a method that verifies if a particular number is valid from the database, let's say a social security number, and just put here, let's say, check social security number with your args.value. Okay, if I have that method, I could easily validate and do it server side with this custom validator.
But for this example, it's checking just the input, right?
Yes, it's just checking the
because
input.
I'm confused with this name server validation event. Server validate events. But at the end, what we are doing here, we are checking just the input, right?
Yes, we are checking the input. We could have done it in the client side, but it will be a little bit cumbersome because there are some logic that you need to implement it like client side, and this is more. This is a proper way to do it because. Server side you have all the checks for the types. There are strongly type and everything. So it's better to code in the code behind than directly into the web page.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. So if you want to see how is the order of execution, let's say if I put a breakpoint in both and execute the application. If, okay, that's if I submit, it has to be executed somehow. Something happened here. Okay, I see. Because it has executed the first validation, the required validation. I need to put something in it. Because that control has two validations, the required field and the custom validation. When I just try to validate directly like this, it just went. I will put it in the end maybe. This is the layout because there is bootstrap and everything, and the other is has no classes and is just like not proper. So I put it at the end, will be better. We will be able to see it. That's kind of weird. It's like floating with the div. Okay. That's not the good practice for a design, but okay. In here, if I do the validation, it will say user ID required because I didn't put anything in here, the user ID. But when I start something, let's say 67U or something, and do the submit, User ID is requiring. What is that? Because the other has to be filled. Let's say submit. Still compare validator. Let's complain the compare validator. What is comparing? Hello. 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 Submit. Okay, when all the client-side validations are like pass, if they pass, we're going to go to the server side and validate the server side. Here it specifies the data that I put on the user ID. I put it. Oh, okay, the user ID is here. Okay. So we will check and it will complain about it. The error message doesn't appear. It passed. So, okay, it passed. It passed. How was that? Continue. User ID should have at least a capital. Okay, it didn't pass. It's on. It's because here I didn't put if page is valid. So when I do the server validation to enforce that is valid, that everything is valid, the page has to be valid. It's more likely that this one it won't be valid. We can check that. Okay, let's say that's not the name. I don't know why is. Okay, here is hello. I put hello, sorry. Hello. No. That is not. Or whatever. Submit. So here is going to capture the data, the user ID. It's supposed to be the user ID. I didn't configure well that one. It's because, okay, it was the first. Okay. So here is going to be not valid because ars.isValid is equals to false, as you can see. Okay, it didn't pass this validation. And then when the button is clicked, this has to be false. If I check this, false. Let's put something that should be true. Here, checking for input length greater than 6 and checking that at least a single capital letter. Checking for at least single lower letter. Okay. So what do I need to put here is capital, a lower, and 6 characters. And then hello. Hello. I will arrange those because it's not proper. Submit. 15. This pass. Then it passed the capital letter. And then it will pass the lower letter. It will pass the digits. And it should be valid. When it finished to verify everything, this page is valid, should be true, as you can see. And the submission will proceed. I will arrange this because it's not proper, kind of weird. But did you get the idea about the validation? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you put your code on the Bitbucket on GitHub?
Yes, I will. Okay, I put it in the, I need to just configure that as public. If I, are you able to see it, or is it like private? I think it's private, right? If I put this one,
I see just first application.
settings, access. Okay, you may be able to see it. This
Yeah,
application.
thank you.
Yes. Yes. So about custom validation and server and client validation, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes. The only thing here is that I need to properly configure, because this actually the name of the text box is different. The user ID should be 6. So in that case, the validation should work. That's it. But also in here, the user ID was, here it says enter your, am I wrong? Sorry. I will arrange it after, but I will arrange it after the look and feel, because it doesn't look proper. You get like messed up with the look and feel in this one, but I will arrange it for you after. Okay, I stop this. So pretty much you know how validation works in .NET. I didn't put the validation summary, but I will add it. I put validation summary, maybe on the bottom, maybe. Validation summary, and run it. Okay, so if I click in here, It's going to enforce all the validation. Okay, it says require field validator, password required, user ID required. Okay, require field validator is because we didn't put any messages in it, and double password required because you have password and confirm password. Yes, these two. But you may.
Sorry, why does it say field validator required?
Why
Required
is
field
required?
validator? Yeah.
Yes, I will check which one is that one because everything is like with a text.
Okay.
Everything
Okay.
is
So
with
it's not
name, with
generated,
pass.
right?
Yes.
It's not generated. It's hard coded, right?
Require field validator. This one.
Yeah.
Let me check because it's kind of strange. Everything has is error message. Require field validator. You have one in here. Here it says require field validator.
It's hard coded. Okay. 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 No problem.
Yes,
Thank
it's hard coded, but as you can see here, you see that the error message says require field validator, but also have the name is mandatory. As you see in the website here in this example, you see that there is like stars on the side, stars, and here there are the error messages. So we can do it that way by putting the error message directly into the attribute error message here, okay? And in the validator, we put the star, the content inside of the required field validator. So in that case, when I run it, the application, let's say S5. First it was the name, or maybe submit. You see there is a star, and then it will say name is mandatory. That's the way that you can just maybe indicate on the side, instead of putting the validation exactly at maybe at the bottom or on the side of the field, you can just indicate that there is a validation that didn't pass by putting a star in it, maybe a red star. So we can modify the validation that way. So we can put it in every single validator. Password required, I just put a star in it. And also in the comparator, I put a star and then a validation. This one is password doesn't match. And in here the star, in here also the star, in here the star, in here also the star, in here also the star, and then it's going to be the validation summary that will append all the validations in it. Let's say if I hit, okay, if I refresh this and hit on submit, okay, I didn't put for the user ID, but you get the idea that you can just indicate that this field didn't pass by putting a star on the side, and then the validation summary will appear all the validations that didn't pass. Okay. Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Okay. I will do this change. Error message appearing inside validation summary. Okay. So that's how validations works in ASP.NET Web Forms. I would like to cover something additional in other than the validations. It was binding, which because binding is a big topic in ASP.NET Web Forms. What does it mean? Binding is that you bind your controls with the data. So you plug all the data inside a control with using this kind of technique, binding the data. But in this case, if you want to bind the data, you might need get access to a database. So I don't know if you already have access to a SQL Express database. Have you configured a SQL Express before in the previous course?
Not
Yes.
Express.
No. Okay, so I will provide you a link or a document.
Oh, we use MySQL and SQL Server, if that would do.
Okay, but which version of SQL Server in that way? In that case?
Okay. So we have.
Yeah. I think we use the Express. You mean that the version will come with the Visual Studio, right?
Yes, but
Yeah, we use it, I think. I'm not sure. Let's the other people confirm it.
Yes, it was created automatically by Entity Framework.
Yeah.
Okay, the one that's created automatically by Entity Framework. Okay, and have you already covered Entity Framework in the past course?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, I see. Okay, I see. So we may just using Entity Framework instead. So I will create like an entity product, and then I will go with Entity Framework first code. Okay. I will generate another project for that, new project. In this case, it's going to be data binding.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Again, shall we do this with you or not? I see that we cannot follow you. Like focus on
Yes.
what you are doing and do it also.
Or
And this,
maybe
if we have
yes.
to do this, we need more time. Let's say you will do something, you will give us like kind of 5-6 minutes to finish it. Otherwise, if you will go with the same way we cannot
Yes,
do it with you.
you will struggle with that. Yes, I think I will pretty much do myself. I will explain along the way, and then I'm going to share the code, and then I'm going to just let you an exercise to do it all yourself.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Yes. So if I do the data binding, a new project, web application. So in here is going to be data binding. Data binding. So I create this. It's going to be web forms. Create. Okay. What do I see here? Okay. Data binding, this is the Solution Explorer, view Solution Explorer. So in here, I'm going to create a page, a new page, add new item, data binding. Add. And here, what I will put is, okay, leave it this way. I'm going to tools, sorry, tools, NuGet Package Manager. NuGet package. And I'm going to add entity framework. Entity frame is not installed. What it says here?
No, in the browse. You have to go to browse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Entity framework. We go into it's already there. It's already there. I have the support. We have the support of entity framework in here. So here I will create a folder. Models. I'm going to create a new item, which is a class product. In this class, I'm going to add not necessarily this. I'm going to add like a product ID. Product name. Product price. A product description. And product image. Okay, so in here, okay, we'll check here. What it says, 1,000. Starts with 1,000. Okay, here it's going to be key. I need to add the system component model data annotations. This the product name has to be product name 50 characters. Product price also 50 characters. Description will be 100, I think, or more, or max. Okay. I don't need to specify the maximum number. And product image is going to be 100. So we have our model. So in here, tools, NuGet package, console. See here. Let me just check the name. It was enable migrations. Migrations. First. Maybe this one. Enable migrations. So if I go to the tools, NuGet console, paste. It says the term enable migration is not recognized as the name as commandlet object not found, command not found.
You
Okay.
need to install Entity Framework.
Yes, I thought that it was installed.
No. The
Reference.
browser shows everything. You need to install it.
I think it should be installed per project, right?
It is per project, yes.
Yes, yes, it's like
It's you did not install it.
I saw it that it was like installed.
You saw it in browse. Go back to browse.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I know that I just saw that it was installed. That's why I. Okay, I will install it. It has to add the NuGet package inside the solution in order to use it. Yes. Okay, I will verify this. Entity framework is in here. And the web config, just add the entity framework here in the config section. So should be able to do the enable migrations. No context type was found in the assembly data binding. Yes, I need to connect to a to a database. And in the web config there is no database in it. So I will try to do something here. View, server explorer, data connections, add connection. Okay. But I remember that I can also create like a database, a local database. Just a sec. So I hope with this SQL Server, I can, let's say, product catalog as database. Save. Context was found in the assembly. Okay, kind of weird. Okay, we'll verify something here. Maybe I'm missing something in this. I will create, I think, the DB context. Okay, Solution Explorer, add new item. We will add the context.
Sorry, are you sharing your screen?
Just a moment. I will create the class and I will share it. Yes. Okay. The initializer, I need to. Okay. Okay, we'll try to just enable migrations. Through an error. What is that? Okay. Why is that? Oh, it didn't work. I don't know why the initializer doesn't. Okay, you want why it's complaining about the. I put the product, the context, and the web config. Okay. Why is create database is not exist? It doesn't work. Specify the.
I think some of the guys in the class are
Yes.
very powerful. Well, they may be able to help us if you share.
Yes. Nothing to worry about. Okay. Okay, in here, I just create my DB context with the products DB set with my class product, which is my model. And then I add the connection string context, which complies with the DB context in here, which is my connection string. And I just need to verify if I get access with this local DB because the local DB doesn't work, I think. Myself, I have a management studio. I have a SQL Express in. Maybe I okay. My data source, let's say here. SQL Express. Database, I have no database in it. And I will try to create with a name with the security. Okay, I will try to enable migrations. And it says the type initializer for system data entity internal app config true and exception. Okay, what is here? Sure load assembly. The type. Only one config section element allowed per config file. If present, must be the first child of the root configuration. There is 2 config sections. Okay. Somehow here we have configuration something. I don't see it. System web controls namespace, system web. It says only one config sections element allowed per config file, and if present must be the first child of the root configuration. That's what I get in here. I put it properly, I think. Connection strings with the connection, with the name and everything.
Your connection strings has to be below the config sections.
Ah, okay, because it doesn't recognize the. I think, yes, you're right. I will try it here. Yes. I made a mistake. I put it just before the config section, yes. Yes. So I can add elements in here. With the app. So in here, I can add products, or maybe a list of products. So here I will add some products, product ID. I don't need that. Product description, product name. Or paper. Nothing. Image. I don't have an image. Notebook. Pencil. Okay. Going to iterate and then add the products. Okay. Doesn't recognize this one. Database model context. Potential fixer. Why is that? Generated nested class models. Huh. It has created its own configuration. Automatic migrations enable. So it's not inside my context. Huh. Okay. This is not good. Seal configuration, DB migrations, models. Checking if the context targets an existing database. I will check first the database. He didn't create anything. Okay. So it didn't work the
Excuse me.
yes.
Can I suggest that we can take a break till you will solve it?
Yes, for sure. Yes.
No, maybe you will take your time to solve it, and we will take the break. In this case, we will not waste the time.
Yes, let's say maybe you come back at 11:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I will check
Thank
that.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Yes. So are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're here.
Okay. I will share my screen. Okay. Yes, the problem I tried to solve it with within the solution, but I didn't succeed. Instead, I created another solution. And what I did was that I know that when you configure a solution, let's say you can choose an authentication, which is I choose the individual user accounts. With that, it comes with a database itself, so it's already configured for entity framework. So what I did was to add just my entity inside of the context that is already created for the identity database. So in that case, the web config was already there, and it comes with a default connection, which is this connection, local DB, MySQL local DB, and it creates by itself the name ASP.NET data binding. I I could change the name in order to put something meaningful for me as a database. And so the first thing I need to have the connection string is the first thing. Then in my models, I need to have the context. In this case, because it comes with the individual user accounts, it comes with this DB context, which is application DB context. And in this context, I just add my entity products, which is a DB set. You already know with entity framework how to create this. So I just add these products into this database context. And then with that, I went to the view, no, tools, Nugget
Maybe
console.
could you create a new new project to show us step by step how to achieve
Yes,
that?
yes, for sure. Okay, I will create this. Visual Studio. Okay, just I will create a new project.
Sorry, do you mind if we do it all at the same time? Because
No?
okay, we would like to just follow you so we get the connection
Yes,
too.
yes. Okay, so just I choose the ASP.NET web application as always, and then click on next. Then I will put a name ASP.NET data binding 2 in my case because I have already one with that name. I will create this, and in this part, just to simplify the creation of DB context and everything, and also with my connection string, I changed the authentication because individual user accounts comes with the users that we can manage in our own application. So it will create a DB context from here, and everything is going to be set up already in our application. So I choose individual user accounts. I click on OK. And then I will create this. It's taking a while. I don't know how it's long, because normally it's not that long. Okay. So in here, when you see what is created so far, when you choose individual accounts, you already create like models, these identity models. And in here has the just like the table that is going to create for the user authentication and everything. So in here, this specify a default connection that we can find in the web config, which is the connection to the database. In here, you will see this is the connection. It's going to be the local DB, MySQL local DB, and I can change the name of the database to ASP.NET Data Binding 2. Okay, even attach DB file name, I can change that too. It's going to be secured by integrated security, the security of your actual user account. So then if we go back here, this is the application DB context with all the identity, the individual user accounts is going to, the table is going to be built based on this DB context, based on identity DB context. If I click, so the identity DB context has already all that they need to create all the roles and users and everything. So we don't need to touch that. I will add something here in models, which is my product table. Add new item. In this case, it's going to be a class called product. Are you following me? Are you here? Until here, you
No.
Okay.
Go back.
Okay, cancel. Yes.
Okay, so from the model.
Yes. Right click. Add new item. That's what you mean?
Okay.
Yes, and then I click Visual C# and click on class, and our class product, and just add it.
And what did you change in the web config file?
Okay, in the web config file, I didn't change anything because when we choose the individual user accounts, it comes with this connection string already. So for me, it was okay. I try what I changed here only the name of the database right now, because it was like it was ASP.NET dash ASP.NET data binding 2, but I just changed it just to have it short. ASP.NET data binding to, only that. It's the only thing that I changed in this connection string.
Okay.
And integrated security means your current user account from your network, so your current user account. So it's the only thing that I changed in the connection string. So we were on the product class. In this product class, we will add, let's say, a name and a description. So to create properties, I just write prop and then tab, and it will generate this for you. I'm going to put ID, let's say.
Sorry, what did you do?
Yes, in order to create these properties,
Yeah.
easily, just I write down PROP
Oh, okay, okay,
and,
okay. I see what you
and
mean.
tab, and then just by going tab, I can change the values. Still prop, then another tab, and I can change the name, enter, and then also name is not int, instead it's string, and then this one is also a string, and it's going to be the description. Okay, so in here, just ID, name, and description for now, and I can put the annotations, the data annotations, to just enforce, to tell the database what are the restrictions for these fields, let's say, or the constraints. In this case, I will add a key, which is the primary key in this for ID. Primary key. And then also comes with okay. And the name, I'm going to put a restriction on it. It will be 50 characters, maybe 100. The description is going to be up. It's going to be 255. So with this, I will be able to tell from entity framework what kind of table, which restriction I have for these fields. So you tell me when you finish with this class product.
I finish. I don't know how about it. Others.
Me too.
Okay. So in order to just associate to our DB context, I need to go to identity models in this case. And where is my DB context here? So I will add a public DB set. DB set. Comes in the system data entity. And DB set of products. called products. Is a property inside our DB context. So what it tells is, okay, I would like to add to my DB context this structure, this table product. And by naming convention in entity framework, you know that it has the plural S for the tables. So are you done until so far here? You're
Yes.
okay. So having that, I will go to the package manager console, which is in tools, NuGet package manager console. And from there, this is like a command line that I will put enable migrations and hit on enter. So here is going to create like a class called configuration for our migrations. And from here, I can, in this particular method seed, I can add the data that I would like to add for the product table. So I got the context, which is as a parameter here, products, or a date. And here I can add as many products as I want. New product. ID. Do I need to specify the ID? We specify one. Comes by default as an identity, I think. Name. Going to be paper. Description. I think I can just add this and this. Notebook. Pencil. Package of 12. Pencils. We close this. Then I'm going to call context save changes to save that into the database. The seed means when I create the database, it's going to populate the database. It's going to initially populate the database. So I already enabled migrations, but I didn't put any change.
Could you wait 2 minutes?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So once I just finish this, I will put add migration. Add migration. We need to specify a name.
Sorry, I have an error in the product class.
Okay.
I can't seem to apply the keys and string length and everything. It gives me
Okay, it gives you an error because maybe you need to specify the namespace system component model data annotations
okay. So is it using?
using system component.
How you manually did it or it?
No, it's like let's say I don't have it. Okay,
Okay.
and then if you pass the cursor over the value over key, it shows you show potential fixes, and you click
Yeah.
on it, and it just propose system component model data annotations. You click on it, and it will add it.
No, I think it's something else.
Even if you click here, check remove
Yeah, no
unnecessary
problem.
uses.
I got it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. So once I add this migration, add migration data binding. So in here, it create the products table in here and all the other um, tables. So it applies the changes that I actually made in the context because this context was modified by adding this table. So it needs to be changed somehow in our database. So these are all the changes that apply after the migration. Yes. And even here it says by default that the field ID is an identity field, which means that the value is going to be populated by default. It will start with 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. So in the seed, so here I didn't specify the ID, so we will generate 1 for paper, 2 for notebook, and 3 for pencil. And finally, we'll save the changes when I start populating the database for the first time. So you tell me, is until here, are you okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
good.
Okay, nice. So, okay, so I'm going to go Solution Explorer in here. I will add like, or maybe I can do it in the about. I will change this about to add a control, which is a grid view. Let me add it from the toolbox. Toolbox, and then this is data, and you have grid view in here. Drag and drop. So in here, I'm able to edit columns and add the columns that I want. Let's say my data field is going to be the ID for the product, okay? And the header text is going to be ID. And then I will add another one, another bound field, add, which is header text is going to be name. And then the data field, which is the field that is actually in the database or my class, is name. Add. And I will add the last one, which was the description. Data field description. And it will be generated like this. So in here, there are some additional columns that you see here. Maybe I can read out them by specifying there is a property. Auto-generate columns equals false. By default, it auto-generate the columns. We don't want that. And it's going to be just the ones that we specify ID, name, and description. So in here, if I go, you got this far? I don't think so. Maybe I can show you.
Can you show again how
How
did
to
you
add?
Yeah.
Yes. So first, you go toolbox and then select data. And then there is the grid view.
Sorry, you are in the HTML. What file are you in? Oh, you're in about? Okay.
Yes, about ESPX. I went to toolbox and then I went to grid view, data grid view, and I drag and drop. From here, I just edit columns for the grid view. I add bound fields. So this bound field, I just add it. And then I put a header text, which is the header. First, I put the ID. And then in the data, I specify which field I need to bound to this column. Is going to be the field ID from our product class. And then I add another one and specify the header text, which is name. And then here data field name from the class product. And then I add another one, which was description for the header text and the description that is from the attribute description from the class product. So I click on OK. And in here, just to get rid of the additional columns, there is an auto-generated columns that by default is true, and we'll put it false. So I will get only those that I specify, and then save. I will remove this one. I will keep this one. So once you finish with this, if I go to the source code, because this is the design, how it looks, if I go to the source, it's going to generate all this. And I forgot just to put a meaningful name. It's going to be GRV products. So have you finished until this part?
Yes, very good.
Okay. So once I finish with this, I will go to the code behind of this about ASPX, right click, view code. And from here, I will implement the binding. I will create a method for this class, for the about class, private void bind grid, let's say. From here, I need to specify the DB context. So I will instantiate our DB context application DB context. It's not there. I will copy it out from the other. Application DB context. Why is not showing? Okay. I need to specify the namespace, which is ASP.NET data binding to models. So I have my DB context and I will instantiate it. And then if I want to retrieve the products, I only need db.products. And I would like to put it into a list, which is it has the method toList. And it's going to return a list of products. So that I will bind it to the view grv products data source equals that, and then I will put the method data bind, which actually binds the data that I retrieve from here to the grid view. But this somehow needs to be called from the beginning, so I will put if page is not post back, I will call bind grid. So you tell me when you finish this part. Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Can you explain again what this?
Okay. What is this? Okay. First of all, we create our DB context with the table products, and in this bind grid, the thing that it does is bind the data from the products to our grid view, which is GRV products. So how we accomplish that is by instantiating our DB context, and then we get access to the products collection, and then we just use the toList to retrieve the information as a list of products, and then we specify the data source for the grid view to bound that data into the grid view. Once we do that, in order to finally do the binding, we call data bind to our grid view, and it's going to bind the information of the products into our grid view. But here I just create a method for that, but I would like to execute it somehow. And when ASP.NET Web Forms page is load, the very first time is going to have the page is put back false. So I need to check if page is put back false. So it's the first time that I run this page that I'm going to populate our grid. Because the second time I don't need it, because the grid view is going to hold its state and is going to just appear the data. I don't need to retrieve again from the database. I just need to present it. But this is going to be called from the very first time when I land to this web page, about page. Yes. Do you get that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we're going to look how it looks. I'm going to run this. It's taking time. Wow. I don't know why it's so slow. Maybe it's because it's creating for the very first time the database, inserting the data, and then trying to retrieve the information from the database. I hope so. Because it's taking so much time. There is no breakpoint here. Oh no, it's not this one. It's this one. Is that the about page? Oh, okay. I see what I'm missing in here. The migration was created, but after I did some modifications, so I add some information in the seed part, and that was not considered in the migration. So I need to call update database. It's not recognized. I think it was here, update database. I put it here, update database. Paste, update database. So here is it will run the modification that I did. So the products table and the initialization of the data of that table. So running seed method was executed. So I will run it again. So as you can see, I don't know why it doesn't present the header text. Maybe it's because, okay, I will see the source code. Maybe it's the, what is this? Okay. Something is missing in this one. Why is that? Doesn't show the header for a reason. But at least the data is in there. I don't know. I don't see why auto-generic columns is just to not have auto-generated these columns. So you just specify the columns that you want to show. Show header, maybe. True. By default, it should do true in this one. I don't know why. It doesn't do that way.
I have table with the headers. It's okay for me.
Yes, that's weird because by default it has to be show header equals true. Still doesn't show by the header. Kind of weird. I didn't even specify in this one the header, and it's okay. In this one, it wasn't the case. Okay. So as you can see, you don't need to write any HTML code in ASP.NET. It will generate by itself the HTML code. That was the first intention of ASP.NET Web Forms because they didn't want to deal with the HTML, but afterwards it was like, okay, change it, and with the ASP.NET MVCs, you touch more the HTML code than in the ASP.NET Web Forms. The problem also with the ASP.NET Web Forms was that it's not easily testable because you can run unit tests when you have controls in your layout instead of actually models like ASP.NET MVC or ASP.NET Core. But that's the idea. What can we add in this in this example? I can add like a search product. Let's go search. I will add a text box. Criteria. So from here, with this TXT criteria, we are going to search items. We are going to filter this grid view. So what do we need in here? Maybe we're going to create another method that just retrieve the products. So I'm going to call it get products. I'm going to pass the area in there to filter. So in here, I'm just going to do this, and then db products. I will say if I don't specify any criteria, I will return directly rdb.products.toList. If not, I will filter. So how can I filter this? I will do db products, db.products.find or where a particular product match the criteria, which name starts with criteria. And then I'm going to do a toList. We already return it just to simplify this code. So if it matches the criteria, I'm going to here I will change this buying grid. And I will call the get products and pass in the txt criteria and put it into my data source and then bind it to the do the binding actually for my grid view. So I will close this. But this is not going to be executed when okay, I need a like a button to execute the search. So I will add a button. Reduce this so you can see everything here. So here I simply add a text box called txt criteria and add a button to do the search. Maybe I call it btn search. And then if I go to the design, maybe I need to put a name on it, text search, and then double click to get to the default event and just call by grid. Save. Okay. So I will execute it. I will share the code if you didn't finish yet. I just execute it just to see how it works.
I have a question.
Yes.
We learned in the previous class we have something called code first or database first. Does
Yes.
that same concept apply to this?
Yes. Yes. In this case, the code first is we
Yeah,
have
we're
the
applying code
context.
first right now. Yeah.
Code, yes, code first.
So it's the same concept, right?
Yes, it's the same concept. Obviously, yes, obviously, back in ASP.NET Web Forms 10 years ago, we didn't have entity framework or things like that. So it was mostly ADO.NET, and we call store procedures, and it was that way. But instead of just using that way, I would prefer just to use a entity framework, because maybe there are some projects that are in ASP.NET Web Forms and they started already using entity framework. So instead of just applying an old technology already, you can already reuse that and apply it to this. But yes, we mostly will use entity framework for the ASP.NET MVC, but because all the projects that we are going to work on will be using entity framework.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I think it's a model first approach. It's not a
Yes. Yes.
model first.
Yeah, thank you.
So here, if I okay, PA search P search nothing search. So we get the result just by specifying the first characters of the name. As you can see, the data binding is an easy way to just manipulate data. In this case, it's just only searching the information in a grid. But that was the way that ASP.NET Web Forms worked. Now, instead of using this for the ASP.NET MVC, the ASP.NET MVC comes with a something called scaffolding. So it's going to generate, instead of having just the grid view, as you can see here, we will need to generate all the HTML and associate with all the fields manually, but the scaffolding is going to generate code for us. And that will be the way that we're going to implement our ASP.NET MVC applications. But in here is just another way to just present the same kind of information, even the controls. But these are like black box, so you can modify it. You can customize the look and feel also. There are some properties for each field and everything, but for the intention of this course right now, we are just covering in the surface ASP.NET Web Forms because we are not going to use it, but it's always good to know how the technology has evolved and how it has changed. So this was the way that it was implemented the applications in the past. Okay. So if I close this. You already know how to do this kind of queries. Have you ever used this kind of syntax in your projects before in the previous course?
Yes, we used it a little bit.
Okay. Okay. So it was we are going to use it extensively in our ASP.NET MVC applications. So, but it's a easier way to query the data, because before it was like almost most of the operation were using store procedures. Even the store procedures is the performance is better, but of terms of maintainability of the code is not ideal, because you have part of your business logic in the database and other part in your application. So the entity framework helps to just put all the business logic or your data layer in your code, instead of having part of your data layer in the database. Okay. So okay, this is the data binding, and I would like to present also additionally the.
Could you push the code to GitHub?
Okay, yes, I will add it. Yes. Yes, this is one. View code. Yes. Okay. So we'll go to the repository here to make it a public. Okay. Repositories. Spinnet data binding. Okay. Okay, it's available.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to do Another kind of project. This project it doesn't have data in it, but at least it's like I will explain a little bit how ASP.NET Web Forms also has another ability, which is in ASP.NET Web Forms we use user controls. We don't have in here in this project. I will create a new project. This is going to be user controls example. Create. No authentication. Web forms. Create. You remember the the first application that we create? First application. You remember the first application that we create? In this first application, I just create like a list box, two list boxes, and we pass back and forth the information between those two list boxes. So what I would like to create is going to be a user control that reuse this this functionality, and it could be plugged into many web pages. So the user control is like a component that you can create in order to reuse it in other web pages. So I'm going to create a user control. I can create like a folder in here. I will share the code. Just controls, add new item. Here we have user control somehow. Web form, view, ASP.NET handler. Master page, web forms user control. So I'm going to call it a selectable list or something like that. Add. And this user control, let's say I will add the code that I already have here, this table, copy, and put it in here. Okay, and we'll also add the code behind. That we already covered. View code. And then I will create like another page at web forms with master page. I will say use user control example. Okay. And here, as you can see, why I just create a user control is because the user control could be reusing in a different web page. Let's say it's like a component. If I drag and drop, the user control is in there. So I can reuse it even if I execute the web page. Let's say we start this. The user control will encapsulate the logic and everything. I don't need to write down that logic in my web page. Actually, it's like a component that I can plug. So it's kind of reuse code instead of and reuse also UI. It will load eventually. It's taking time. I don't know why it's always like that. So as you can see, I just drag and drop the control, and I have the same functionality as I have previously, and I can plug it into as many web pages that I have. So I will ask you to modify this user control. I will do it myself, and then I'm going to explain. It's like in a user control, I can create like properties. Just I will show you that in a user control, I stop this. This is like, can I stop the, how can I move this one? Okay, if I stop this, let's say in this user control, in the same user control selectable list, I will put like a title, okay? If I add like a label, first label at the beginning, I'm going to name it like title. No, it's not there, sorry. It's in the ID, LBL title. Okay, this, I will add a property. Public string title. This is a long way to define a property. Get set. Get is going to return type txt type. No, LBL title text, and the set is going to be LBL title dot text equals value. Value is is a reserved word for a property, then whenever you affect the property, the value is going to be held in the variable value. So you can assign it to whatever you have in this setter method. This is a definition of a property in .NET. So what I accomplished by this is creating a title property for my user control. And this title property is going to show like a title at the beginning of my user control. Let's say I put some, okay, save. So how can I use it? In my page, I can just assign the property. Property. I will close this one window, close. I made it public. Okay, I will compile first just to make sure that it's applied. So in here, it's not about it's the example, user control example. So here I can add title equals foot list, let's say, save. So if I run it, I just define a property for my user control, okay? Okay. You can reuse code by creating user control. So it takes a while, but eventually will come out. As you see, I just assigned the property into my user control and it appears there. So you can like create some fields in order to maybe modify this kind of functionality even. So in this case, it's not like, okay, I'm going to just propose like changing this kind of user control in order that you pass all these items, and at the end, the user control will give you the items that are in this box, in the second list box. Okay, something more generic than just the food list that you see here. So I'm going to change that. I'm going to pass like another property. And this property will be items, initial items, or in here, initial items is going to be like the setter. In the setter, I'm going to populate my list. So I have the two lists. So I had LST source, I have LST destination. So I'm going to populate the first list with that property. So how can I do that? I will pass on information separated by a comma. So value dot split. I'm going to separate by comma. And this is going to be held in a variable like items here. So from here, if I have all the items, I'm going just to fill the list box with those items. So I'm going to iterate the items. Put in the list source dot items add new list item. So I'm going to initialize. List source dot items clear. Then it's just in my user control in here, I'm going to remove all these items. And when I pass the items that I would like to have in my user control, so I have my property title. I will have my property items. I exposed the one. I need to. I don't need a getter for that. Only setter. I will save everything and I will compile it. Yes, the problem sometimes with the user control is that you need to compile in order to make it work or just to visualize the properties that you created. It was always that way, at least. If I do items, it was items, no. Initial items. Init. We close this. I don't know why it's not window, close all, build. Okay. User control. Initial items equals. I will say pizza, hamburger, French fries. Yes. So in here, when I run it, this one, the web page, as you can see, it has the pizza, the burger, the French fries, and I can pass everything and then go back and pass one. Come back here. So I just can reuse it. I can make another, I can add another user control, let's say. Design. More in here, like, how can I say? Okay, the user control is in here, so I drag and drop. And then I can define like another thing like I can define like a title, roles, let's say initial items, developer, manager, accountant, whatever. And I will say, I will run it again. Okay, it takes time. I don't know why, but it should work as intended. So it will be two separate lists, selectable lists, where we can just move items back and forth. As you can see, it keeps its state. So that's the way ASP.NET would forms all the data that you see that is passed over the list boxes are inside a view state. So that's why when there is a post that is made by these buttons, is going to keep the information that was already changing in the list boxes. So I will make it available for you, this example. Do you have any questions about this user control? No? Okay, I will add it. I will propose like a practice or something using this project. You can just create like a form. Let's say I will have like an example of this. Let's say you create a form with some information. Oops, sorry. A form with a name, with the gender, with list, with a radio buttons, and let's say a list of hobbies. Okay.
Can you give us like certain things like, okay, this is what I need, this is what you need. Don't just say pick up something, things like that. So we know exactly what you are looking for and
Yes.
what is expected,
Yes.
right? You know,
Yes.
even because then, I mean, we're totally new to this, especially me. I don't know about other people.
Yes, I know.
Uh,
So
because
just
even yesterday's homework, I didn't quite understand what exactly you wanted, right?
okay. No, it was just a UI. It was
Yeah, no, I
only to
understand.
do the
Yeah,
UI. Yes.
but we were not too sure exactly what was expected from you,
Okay.
right? So, I mean, even if it's something you said, okay, pick it up from this website and just do something like this, it would be fine also. But as
Okay.
long as we know what is expected of us,
Okay.
then we would try to follow it and try to modelize it, you know,
Yes. Okay.
uh, right?
Okay.
You could give us like later on, you know,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
and we'll
For sure.
we'll do it tomorrow, and we can ask questions tomorrow, you know.
Okay. Okay. But for this particular uh, example of user control, are you? Um, I can explain to you the code just to verify that everything is okay for you. Um, in this user control, I define two properties. One is the title, and the other one is the initial items. The title is pretty much straightforward. It's just to show the title in for the list boxes, and the initial items is a property where you get access to initialize all the items that are presented in the first list box. So here what I did is with this keyword value, I get access of what the user specifies as a value for this property, initial items. So here I just creating a list or an array of strings um, based on the value separated by commas. So in the example, I just mentioned which items I would like to present separated by commas. So in here, I just split the value separated by commas, remove all empty values that I will have, and then my first list box is going to be populated with those items. And then the other code is already explained before. I already explained that. It was just the manipulation of the two list boxes in order to go back and forth the information. So if I would like to know if everyone is okay with this code. Yes.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. So I would like to check what is the modification actually I made. Huh. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is an example of a user control. And what I was asking as an exercise the last session was just doing the user interface that I provide you as an example, just to practice. Class materials, this one. The only thing is just creating like a user interface with drop-down list with radio buttons, just to practice this kind of user interface. And at the end, when you click on submit form, just to present the information, okay, student with the name of the text box, with sex or gender, male or female, present all the information in just in a label. It's only that I was asking for this. And for the user control that I just create, maybe yes, because somebody at least try to create this user interface, or no one?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Okay. So because we can slightly change this user interface, is another exercise, I will say. When the courses are in the list box and you just select many courses or many competencies, let's say. So I will say, maybe I will provide like an example, like a screenshot of how I would like it to be presented for the next class, the next session. And you can present it the next class also, but it's I'm going to provide more information, just not only the screenshot. I will provide more information about what I would like it to be in the functionality in this kind of web page. So this is the example of user controls. I think it's okay with that. I don't have any changes in this one. And did you have any difficulties with the user interface, or?
No.
Okay. 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 So I will create a project, exercise 2. It's taking time to create, but okay. As an exercise too, I would like you to create like a page. I'm going to just start this kind of exercise and then you complete it. I will say user profile. So I will yes. I will copy my user control that I did in the other project. Open in folder explorer. We'll copy this. Oh, we'll copy this. Control C. And here I will drag and drop my user control. It's not a no element. This can occur if there is a compilation error in the website. Okay. Okay. Doesn't complain. Code. User profile. Source. Here I will put hobbies. So if I run this, so what is intended is that just it will appear shortly. Okay, so what is intended in here is like you put like it's a user profile. You put a name and then